Stream elements. elite_KILL. Hey everyone, Kenny here back at Watchpoint
Fluency.
Gibraltar.
Hi,
Gamer.
and welcome to my guide of the continuation of the Fairy Tale Part 2, Cura Queen, Part 2. After we have already unlocked the fairy rings during my previous guide, which did not require any total levels. To finally complete this quest,
Me.
we do
Ye.
need 57 herblore, 49 farming, and then after DJQ it is AJS. The first one is A. So let's go back west and return to the fairy ring.
at ice RUNEliTEs. Nice. William_0. I'm literally driving now, but when I park, me and my squad are pulling up heavy to your next stream. Add me on my Discord username is lyh_t. Me. Alright bro, I'll send you an invite. Me? Hell nah.
Hi and welcome to my guide. Today we will be completing the quest of Olaf. The quest requirement is framework trials and the stat requirements are 40 fire making and 50 wood cutting. Also, the higher your agility level, the smoother this quest will go for you. Items needed: simply an axe, a spade and a tinderbox. For the recommended items, depending on your agility level and how much you currently weigh, between 1 and 5 stamina potions. Then also bring along some weight reducing clothing, and I would suggest you to weigh as little as possible. Then also some food, armor, weapon and potions to kill a solely melee using combat 100 undead with a max hit of 11. But since you've completed the Framework Trials quest, that boss fight is much more difficult than this one, so you should be fine. Definitely if you have 43 prior. Then also a weapon to kill a couple of combat 40s, and have approximately 10 inventory slots would be nice. For the teleports, 1 to Relica, 1 to the Fairing Code DKS here near the quest start, or have 57 agility, then also 1 after the quest is completed. So where to start this quest is simply use the Fairing Code DKS or just make your way northeast of Relica to Olaf at the quest start. I don't have the Slayer level. Once you've defeated a Brine Rat, let's go to the room just north with the doors. After the conversation is over with Olaf, let's 1 to Relica, 1 to the Fairing Code DKS here near the quest start, or have 57 agility, then also 1 after the quest is completed. So where to start this quest is simply use the Fairing Code DKS or just make your way northeast of Relica to Olaf at the quest start. Let's talk to him and select option 1. Conversation. Let's matter what you off you've lit. Let's go to skeletons of combat Brine Rats of him to enter. North in the room you will find a couple of NPCs in a room. Use your minimap and make your way there. Inside of that room you will find a couple of Brine Rats of combat 70. If you would wish to complete a Fremennik medium diary task, equip your weapons and kill one. If you don't, then skip to the timestamp currently on the screen. Should take like 10 seconds or so. Oh, I don't have the Slayer level. Once you've defeated a brine rat, let's go to the room just north with the doll sign. In front of the room there will be a continue. Slip off the rotten walkway, turn off your run energy, and then walk onto the walkway until you can't go any further. And if you manage to slip off the rotten walkway, then you will end up north of Olaf. Simply run back south, back onto the hill, dig underneath the windswept tree, and run all the way back to the walkway to try again. The success rate should all depend on your agility level as well as your current weight. Alright, let's try this again. Turn off run energy. Let's walk onto it, and there we go. Next, let's use our rotten barrel on the first hole in the walkway. Walk 2 tiles next to it, and then use your second barrel on the second hole, and then spam click on the gate. Fuck, doesn't work, I misclicked I think. Once the 2 rotten barrels are in the walkway, let's spam click on the gate, and this should help you reach the gate. Once you've reached the gate, click on continue, and then on the right side you should find a key with a certain handle. Then simply click on the keyhole with the same shape to temporarily open the gate. Once you've made it through the gate, spam click on a Fremnik skeleton on the other side of the walkway until you've made it across. Then use the corresponding handle once you succeed it, and pass the gate, and then spam click on the Fremnik. Do not misclick! I misclicked and I failed! Ah, damn it. This isn't the same bridge that goes to Karn Isle during Type 1 on Shallow Village quest, where you can simply open an interface and it will let you pass without failing. This bridge is not the same. So besides from that, maybe get a higher agility level, way less, or yeah, just keep on trying. Maybe just try not to misclick on the walking Fremnik skeleton. After you've passed the gate, spam click on a Fremnik skeleton. Hopefully it will does not move. And once you've made it, holy shit, finally. Let's go on the western side of the shipwreck. Enter it, open the chest to spawn the Comet 100 Fremnik skeleton. Defeat it, open the chest again to complete your quest. And congratulations, you've completed Olaf's quest. You are awarded with 1 quest point, 12,000 defense experience, unlocked brine rats as slayer tasks, 4 ruby.
to have equipped a decent magic staff, lamp that can be used on any skill over 50, full access to the Culinary Mancer's chest including the awesome Barrow's gloves, and 1 quest point. You'll need to have completed all of the other Recipe for Disaster subquests before taking on this one, as well as Desert Treasure 1 and Horror from the Deep. Plus you'll need to have at least 175 quest points in total as well. Now while there are technically no required items, there's a lot of rather essential recommended ones. And this is because this finale for Recipe for Disaster simply consists of 6 one-on-one boss fights that you can't use prayer for at all. Note that despite the prayer restriction, you are allowed to bank between each boss fight. When it comes to recommended items for the fights, you'll want your best melee, magic, and ranged armor, as well as your best weapon for each of these styles. When it comes to melee, having a crush, stab, and slash weapon is helpful. Also, if you plan on relying on ranged a lot, then in addition to a bow and arrows, having a crossbow and bolts is also helpful. Although it's not essential. On top of this, you'll want your ice gloves, which are very helpful against one of the bosses. Now I'm showing on screen all the armor and weapons that I plan on using. Or think you could really benefit from using, while also keeping the gear at a relatively obtainable level for where you'll likely be in your RuneScape journey. This being said, substitute things out as you see fit, whether that be opting for better or slightly worse gear. Now let's look at runes, and you'll want runes to cast all elemental spells and additionally snare spells as well. You'll want around 300 death or blood runes depending on whether you'll be casting blast or wave spells, 200 nature runes, and 1500 of each elemental rune should more than cover you. If you're using wave spells but your magic level is below 81, then I'd also suggest 100 death runes. And alternatively, if your magic level is below 65, then I'd also suggest having 100 chaos runes too. When it comes to potions, you'll want potions to boost your combat styles, namely combat or super combat potions for attack, strength, and potentially defense or super defense potions for defense, and additionally ranging potions for ranged. Having 2 of each will cover you. You'll also want either 1 Menophyte Remedy potion and 1 Restore potion, or alternatively 4 to 5 Restore potions to help deal with the bosses that drain your stats. Know that a combination of Menophyte Remedy and Restore potions is preferred here though. On top of this, you'll want around 100 or so pieces of high healing food such as karambwans, sharks, or tuna potatoes. Finally, having an emergency teleport for each fight is also handy, however know that you can also just leave through the white portals in the boss's chamber at any time, so you shouldn't really need to use these. Now we're going to get ready for the first fight against Agrith Nana, who's based on Agrith Na from the Shadow of the Storm quest. This boss has a max hit of 16 and attacks with melee if you're in melee range, or magic if you're at a distance. I'd suggest a melee setup for this boss, though ranged also works if you have a much better range level. This being said, you don't want to be using magic because of the boss's high magical attack and defense. If you're using range, then prioritize a crossbow with bolts over a regular short bow and arrows, as this boss has slightly less defense against heavy range, making a crossbow more effective. If you're using melee, then prioritize a crush weapon such as a dragon mace because the boss is comparatively weaker against crush than slash or stab. This being said, something like a dragon scimitar will likely still see you through okay. Once you've geared up, simply fill your inventory with any relevant combat boosting potions, a heap of food, and your emergency teleport, and then you're good to go. A reminder that you can't use any prayer during these fights, and that progress is saved after each of the 6 bosses are defeated. For this fight, simply drink your combat boosting potions and enter through the white portal into the boss room, and before long, Agrith Nana will spawn and take you on. This is a very straightforward fight. Agrith's attacks are relatively accurate, so you'll likely need to eat quite a bit. All in all though, it's a very basic fight with the boss mostly using melee. Simply attack the boss, eat as needed, and before too long you should defeat it. When Agrith is defeated, you'll want to exit out of the white portal and get ready for the second fight. Now we're going to get ready for the second fight against Flambeed, who is based on Farid from the Desert Treasure quest. This boss has a max hit of 25 and attacks with melee and occasionally magic when in melee range. Like Fareed, you'll need to be wearing ice gloves as being attacked by Flambead will unequip your weapon if you're not wearing them. Finally, know that this boss has a 50% water to exit out of the white portal and take you on. A reminder that you can't use any prayer during these fights and that progress is saved after each of the 6 bosses are defeated. For this fight, simply drink your combat boosting potions and enter through the white portal into the boss room. And before long, Agrath Nana will spawn and take you on. This is a very straightforward fight. Agrath's attacks are relatively accurate, so you'll likely need to eat quite a bit. All in all though, it's a very basic fight with the boss mostly using melee. Simply attack the boss, eat as needed, and before too long you should defeat it. When Agrath is defeated, you'll want to exit out of the white portal and get ready for the second fight. Now we're going to get ready for the second fight against Flambead, who is based on Fareed from the Desert Treasure quest. This boss has a max hit of 25 and attacks with melee and occasionally magic when in melee range. Like Fareed, you'll need to be wearing ice gloves as being attacked by Flambead will unequip your weapon if you're not wearing them. Finally, know that this boss has a 50% water spell weakness. Because of this and his strong attacks, I'd suggest a magic setup for this boss utilizing your best water spell as well as snares. For this, you'll want blood or death runes, nature runes, air runes, water runes, and earth runes. You'll also want to have equipped a decent magic staff, your best magic armor, and your ice gloves. Now while you can alternatively opt for a melee setup with a crush weapon, know that this will make for a much more difficult fight. If using melee, then absolutely make sure that you're wearing your ice gloves. Once you're all geared up, simply double check that you have the required runes, and then fill the rest of your inventory with any relevant combat boosting potions, a heap of food, and your emergency teleport. And then you're good to go. For this inventory with any relevant combat boosting potions, a heap of food, and your emergency teleport. And then you're good to go. For this fight, check that till you defeat 7 challenging boss. Treasure Now we're going to get ready for the third fight against Caramel, who's based on Camille from the Desert Treasure quest. This is one of the more challenging bosses, who hits with a very inaccurate ranged attack that can hit up to 20 and magic attacks that can hit rapid 7s when you're at a distance. Note that Caramel will only do their ranged attack if you're in melee distance. Now the ranged attacks are less of a threat simply because they're ridiculously inaccurate. This being said, also know that Caramel will drain your stats, your prayer points, your run energy, and your special attack energy. The good news though is that Caramel is relatively weak to magic and has a 40% fire spell weakness, and because of this a magic setup with fire spells is preferred. This being said, because she'll drain all of your stats, including your magic level, you'll need to choose a fire spell that you're a bit over leveled for so that you don't get caught out no longer having the level to cast it mid-fight. So for example, while Fire Blast requires 59 magic, if you're under level 65 magic then I'd opt for Fire Bolt instead. For this you'll want either Blood, Death or Chaos runes, Air runes and Fire runes. You'll also want to have equipped a decent magic staff and your best magic armor. Now to restore your stats as they're drained during the fight, you'll want around 4 to 5 restore potions, or alternatively 1 restore potion and 1 Menophyte remedy potion. Restore potions restore stats when drunk, while a Menophyte remedy potion will be drunk 1 time and continue to restore stats every 15 seconds for 5 minutes. Know that Caramel has relatively high melee and ranged defenses, and so I really wouldn't recommend a melee or range setup for this. Once you're all geared up, simply double check you have the required runes for fire spells and either a Menophyte remedy and 1 restore potion, or alternatively 4 to 5 restore potions, and then fill the rest of your inventory with a heap of food and your emergency teleport, and then you're good to go. For this fight, check that you have your chosen fire spell set to autocast and drink a dose of any combat boosting potions. Then simply enter through the white portal in the boss room, and before long Caramel will spawn to take you on. Instantly drink a dose of your Menophyte remedy potion if you have one, and run over to Caramel so that you're within her melee range, which will stop her from bombarding you with her attack that deals rapid 7s. Then park yourself next to her and attack with fire spells. You'll still be hit with rapid inaccurate attacks, as well as Caramel will spawn to take you on. Instantly drink a dose of your Menophyte remedy potion if you have one, and run over to Caramel so that you're within her melee range, which will stop her from bombarding you with her attack that deals rapid 7s. Then park yourself next to her and attack with fire spells. You'll still be hit with rapid inaccurate attacks, as well as an ice block attack that will drain your stats and interrupt your attacks. So re-attack Caramel when you're hit with this, and drink restore potions as necessary to keep your magic level nice and high. Then it's just a case of sitting next to Caramel and continuing to attack with magic, clicking to re-attack if your attacks are interrupted, restoring your stats with your restore potions, and eating food as needed. Overall, with the right approach this fight isn't too difficult, and once you defeat Caramel simply head on over to a white portal and exit the room. Now we're going to get ready for the fourth fight against Desert, who's based on Desus from the Desert Treasure quest. This boss has a max hit of 19 and attacks with a fire fast melee attack and additionally a magic attack that always hits 5. Notably in terms of melee, he's very resistant to both slash and crush, but he's weak to the stab style as well as all forms of ranged. Despite having no elemental weakness, he's also pretty weak to magic attacks as well. I would highly recommend using a melee setup with a stab weapon, such as a dragon sword, longsword, or dagger, or alternatively using ranged alongside some armor with decent defenses to help tank Desert's attacks. While using magic is an option, I'd avoid it simply because you'll likely have much worse defenses and you run the risk of Desert shredding you rather quickly. Once you're all geared up, fill your inventory with any relevant combat boosting potions, a heap of food, and your emergency teleport, and then you're good to go. For this fight, check that any melee weapons you're using are set to their stab attack styles, drink your combat boosting potions, and then enter through the white portal. Instantly Desert will spawn and teleport over to you before attacking you. All you need to do is simply attack back, making use of your special attacks to get in some extra damage. Just be warned because the fast melee hits and the magic chip damage can add up, so keep your health nice and high as you fight Desert. But otherwise there isn't too much to say. Eat your food, attack Desert, kill Desert, and after Desert's defeated then leave through the white portal. Enter through the white portal. Instantly Desert will spawn and teleport over to you before the room. Now we're going to get ready for the 4th fight against Desert, who's based on Desus from the Desert Treasure. Quest. This boss has a max hit of 19 and attacks with a fast melee attack and additionally a magic attack that always hits 5. Notably in terms of melee, he's very resistant to both slash and crush, but he's weak to the stab style as well as all forms of ranged. Despite having no elemental weakness, he's also pretty weak to magic attacks as well. I would highly recommend using a melee setup with a stab weapon, such as a dragon sword, longsword, or dagger, or alternatively using ranged alongside some armor with decent defenses to help tank Desert's attacks. While using magic is an option, I'd avoid it simply because you'll likely have much worse defenses and you run the risk of Desert shredding you rather quickly. Once you're all geared up, fill your inventory with any relevant combat boosting potions, a heap of food, and your emergency teleport, and then you're good to go. For this fight, check that any melee weapons you're using are set to their stab attack styles, drink your combat boosting potions, and then enter through the white portal. Instantly Desert will spawn and teleport over to you before attacking you. All you need to do is simply attack back, making use of your special attack. Now we're going to get ready for the 5th fight against the Gelatinoth Mother, who's based on the Dagonoth Mother from the Horror from the Deep quest. This boss is by far the toughest of the lot. It can deal melee hits up to 9, but it really just attacks with a dual ranged and magic attack that hits you at the same time. Each of these attacks can individually deal up to 20 damage, and so it effectively has a max hit of 40. On top of this, just like the Dagonoth Mother from Horror from the Deep, the Gelatinoth Mother's color will change, indicating what it can be damaged by. If it's white, then it can be damaged with air spells, blue water spells, orange melee, brown earth spells, red fire spells, and green range. Because of this, you're going to want attack methods for all 6 of these attack styles. That means a magic staff, as well as blood or death runes, air, water, earth, and fire runes, plus a melee weapon and a ranged weapon with some arrows, or if you're using a crossbow, then some bolts. When it comes to armor, your priority is a decent magic attack damage, seeing as you'll be attacking with magic in 4 out of the 6 stages. Know that you'll also want to have a decent magic and ranged defense to help block the dual ranged and magic hits that can be very deadly. For this, a mix of Mystic and Dragonhide with a defensive shield and helm is ideal. Your magic attack will be good enough with this, and importantly, you'll need the decent defenses. Once you're geared up, then ensure you've got your runes for all 4 elemental damage spells, as well as your ranged and melee weapons. Of Mystic and Dragonhide with a defensive shield and helm is ideal. Your magic attack will be good enough with this, and importantly, you'll need the decent defenses. Once you're geared up, then ensure you've got your runes for all 4 elemental damage spells, as well as your ranged and melee weapons. Then fill the rest of your inventory with relevant combat boosting potions, a heap of high healing food, and your emergency teleport, and then you're good to go. For this fight, start with your staff equipped and your spell set to your best air spell. Drink your relevant combat boosting potions, and then enter through the white portal. Instantly, the Gelatinoth Mother will spawn and attack you, and you'll want to attack with air spells as long as the boss remains white. Also, at all times, keep an eye on your health and eat when your health gets below around 40 or 50, depending on your max health and how much your food heals. When the Gelatinoth Mother changes to blue, then attack with water spells, and it's up to you if you change the auto cast or just manually cast water spells. Do whatever is easiest for you, just keep one eye on your health at all times. When the Gelatinoth Mother turns orange, equip your melee weapon and attack with melee, and after it then turns brown, swap back to your staff and attack with earth spells. I do want to flag that while I make this look somewhat easy here, when I did this on my test account that's a fair bit weaker, I used up almost all of my food. So expect the fight as a whole to be a bit challenging if you're lower leveled. As the fight goes on, the Gelatinoth Mother will turn red, at which point you'll want to attack with fire spells, and finally green, at which point you'll want to swap to your ranged weapon and attack with ranged. Again, keep an eye on your health at all times. After green, the Gelatinoth Mother will return back to being white in color and continue rotating through the colors in the same order, with you needing to swap how you attack it respectively. Before too long, you'll hopefully Mother will turn red, at which point you'll want to attack with fire spells, and finally green, at which point you'll want to swap to your ranged weapon and attack with ranged. Again, keep an eye on your health, attacking with magic in 4 out of the hole to be a bit challenging if you're lower leveled. As the fight goes on, the Gelatinoth Mother will turn red, at which point you'll want to attack with fire spells, and finally green, at which point you'll want to swap to your ranged weapon and attack with ranged. Again, keep an eye on your health at all times. After green, the Gelatinoth Mother will return back to being white in color and continue rotating through the colors in the same order, with you needing to swap how you attack it respectively. Before too long, you'll hopefully defeat the Gelatinoth Mother, after which you'll want to exit the white portal. And now there's just one fight left. Now we're going to get ready for the 6th and final fight against the Culinary-mancer, who is comparatively easy compared to the bosses that came before him. This guy is weak to literally everything and just has 150 hit points. This being said, he attacks with melee and magic. Notably, his magic attack that he pretty much always uses has a max hit of 25 and additionally a flat 1 in 3 chance of hitting. Because of this, you can really use whatever combat style you like against the Culinary-mancer. However, it's worth knowing that he only attacks you when you're within melee range of him. If you're at all worried about his attacks, then you might want to opt for a similar strategy to Flambead, where you bring your best magic spell as well as snares so that you can safely whittle down the Culinary-mancer from a distance. Armor isn't overly important thanks to the nature of the Culinary-mancer's attacks having a flat 33% chance to hit, so wear whatever gives you the best attacking bonus that matches your combat style of choice. Once you're geared up, ensure that you've got your runes for any spells you plan on using, or alternatively ammo if using ranged. Then fill the rest of your inventory with relevant combat boosting potions. A heap of takes place, you'll end up outside the white portal before
fluency. Grind that shit up. At O'Gary's. Oh brother. Me. Holy shit, is that the one bad Aries? Me. AKA O'Gary's. At O'Gary's. Why do I keep hearing a YouTube video play in my ear? Me. AKA Unabadbofo. Me. Aka one Baji. You know what NVM. At O'Gary's. LMAO. At O'Gary's. So this is what you do on your days off now. Me. Definitely. At O'Gary's. Came for the vibes, left because no comms. At O'Gary's. You good. Me. Adios, brother. At O'Gary's. LMAO. At O'Gary's. That's the diff boy. Me. Go live right now, brother. At O'Gary's. No cam. Me. Yeah, I'm chilling. But oh Gary's. But oh Gary's. You not talking. But oh Gary's. I don't gotta say too much. Me. That's text to speech, not I. But oh Gary's. LMAO. Me. That STHE difference, boy. But oh Gary's. Oh shit. But oh Gary's. Okay. But oh Gary's. Like I see you and shit. But oh Gary's. Grinding. Me. Trying to catch up to the leader and shit. But oh Gary's. Flew quit playing. Me. Wow. Me. Like you really hopped on. At O'Gary's. Quiet boy. At O'Gary's. No HD yet. Me. Nah. Me. I messed with my settings there. At O'Gary's. To make it look better. Me. Ye. At O'Gary's. He'll have to get them later. Me. And just some things I think are interesting. At O'Gary's. Bet. Me. Like when I walk into a city area, it shows on top of screen. Me. Where I am. Me. Cooldown timer for potions and food. Blaze _ 4K. Blaze 45 you good. Me. Who? Blaze _ 4K. BHM Bam Bam Pa. Me. Flu. Me. Stew. Me. You. Me. Who shot you? Blaze _ 4K. LOL. Me. And that's the thing, boy.
The Motherlode mine is more AFK than ever after a recent buff. They've increased the duration of ore veins in the mine, and they've also lowered the requirement for the upper level to 57 mining. This is huge, as this area is closer to the bank and the ore veins deplete even slower. On top of that, the upper level now features a hopper that can be unlocked for an additional 50 gold. Here's how it works. This mining activity allows you to AFK mine a resource known as pay dirt. Pay dirt cannot be banked, and instead needs to be cleaned in the water circuit found at the center of the mine. You can do so by dropping your pay dirt into a hopper and later collect cleaned ores from the other end. These ores will scale with your mining level, meaning the higher you're mining, the more profit you'll make. The Motherlode mine exists of two levels, the main area, which requires 30 mining, and an upper level, which requires 57 mining. To get to the Motherlode mine, simply take the northeastern staircase in Falador into the mines, and then access this cave right here. You can also teleport with a skills necklace to the mining guild. Once inside, mine a full inventory of pay dirt from any of the ore veins close to the water circuit. Then deposit at the hopper in the center. Repeat this process 4 times. While you're mining, the pay dirt is being cleaned by the water circuit, and the yield is deposited inside the ore sack. This ore sack has a limit of 108, which is equal to 4 inventories of 27 pay dirt. So if you don't want to be left with extra pay dirt at the end, make sure you always carry a hammer on you. After depositing your 4th inventory, run in between the ore sack and the bank to deposit your ores. If the water circuit is broken, use the hammer you brought to repair the wheel, as this prevents your pay dirt from being cleaned. Aside from ores, you'll occasionally receive golden nuggets, which are the currency of the reward shop. You can speak with Percy to unlock the upper level for 100 gold nuggets, the super hopper for 50 gold nuggets, and increase your ore sack for 200 gold nuggets. He also sells pieces of the prospector outfit. Wearing the full set gives you 2.5% more experience while mining. But before you unlock this, you should first unlock the upper level followed by the hopper, as this will increase your AFK time at the mine. And that's all you need to know about the Motherlode mine. For other AFK methods, check out my guide on
mine, which is unlocked at level 30. It's accessed by going down the eastern Falador mine entrance and through the cave tunnel, or you can use a skills necklace. Once inside, you're able to mine the pay dirt from the walls and deposit them in the hopper. When the sack is full, you loot it for various ores and golden nuggets. On the ground floor, the pay dirt lasts 23 to 27 seconds from when the first pay dirt is mined. On the upper floor, ore veins last 36 to 40 seconds, allowing you to spend longer AFK. Starting at level 30, the lower floor gives 13k XP per hour, increasing to 35k above 60. On the upper floor, you can get 45k at level 60, up to 65k at 99. As for unlock order, it's commonly recommended to unlock the rewards in this order. The upper floor should be your main priority, followed by the upper floor hopper. Then you can go for the prospector's outfit, then the coal bag and gem bag. So this is one inventory at the Motherlode mine. Starting from the bank, I run to a nearby pay dirt deposit. I click the ore vein in the wall, and once it's mined, I move to the next wall deposit. And then I repeat this until I have a full inventory. To clean the pay dirt, place it in the hopper on the north side of the water wheels loop. You receive an XP drop when the pay dirt reaches the sack. If the water isn't flowing, you need to repair the wheel with a hammer. Once the ore sack is full, you can loot the ores and golden nuggets by left-clicking the sack. You then deposit it all at the bank or bank deposit box, then you go back to mining pay dirt. A method introduced after partial completion of the Perilous Moons quest is calcified rocks, and these require level 41 mining. These rock veins are similar to the Motherlode mine, but instead of ore, you receive blessed bone shards, which can be used to get prayer XP. They have an average AFK time of around 70 seconds, and you can expect to get mediocre XP rates, but those bone shards that you get can be used to train prayer. To access the mine, you need to travel to Western Valamor, south of Ralo's Rise. While in the room, every 1 to 2 minutes, some rock veins will leak water. Mining those specific rocks increases your mining success for any questing. The 30k XP per hour. Accumulating is the only way to reach above 100k mining XP per hour in the entire game. Now I'll cover the fastest mining methods, and I'll show iron, granite, the volcanic mine, blast mine, and gem rocks. First up is power mining iron, and from level 15 when you unlock it, all the way to level 70, power mining is the fastest experience without tick manipulation. The XP rates start at around 15k per hour, scaling up to over 60k with a dragon pickaxe. Varrock armor is an important unlock with iron mining, since it effectively gives a 10% XP boost. While training, you should mine at a 3 iron rock location, where you don't have to move with access to 3 rocks. On the screen is every 3 rock location, where the notable low-level ones are Al-Kharid and the Isle of Souls. Once you reach level 60, it's strongly suggested to go to the Mining Guild 3 rock locations. This is because rocks respawn faster, and you get unidentified minerals. So the process of power mining involves mining and dropping without moving. On RUNELiTE, you can move your inventory closer to the rocks, so that you don't have to move the mouse as far. You can mine and drop after each rock, or alternatively, you can mine all 3 around you, then drop all 3, and repeat. 3 ticking 4 iron rocks is the fastest experience in the game between levels 15 and 45, and it does involve movement and tick manipulation to get very high XP rates. Instead of the usual 15k, you can get over 30k XP per hour at a low level with 3 tick 4 iron. This method can only be done at certain locations where there are 4 iron rocks close by to each other. My favorite place for this method is on the Isle of Souls, which any member's account can access. To 3 tick, you need something that starts a 3 tick cycle, and that could be herb tar, tick log and knife, or Kebbit vambraces. So you start by doing a 3 tick action and mining an iron rock. Then as soon as you receive an ore, you start another 3 tick cycle, then click on a nearby rock and repeat. You have to move to the next rock every 3 game ticks as well. So even if you don't successfully mine a rock, you have to move to the next one to keep up the 3 tick actions. It's recommended to swap the iron ore to left click drop, and once you're comfortable, you can click to drop right after starting the 3 tick cycle. While you're learning any 3 tick method, you may need to start your cycle again, since mistakes will stop you from getting ores until you restart the cycle. 3 ticking 4 granite rocks is the fastest method from 45 all the way to 99 mining. You can expect up to 85k XP per hour at level 45, all the way up to 125k at level 99. The only place for this method is mining in the quarry deep in the desert, where there's 4 granite rocks close together. You will need some water skins, or a circlet of water, or the Desert Amulet 4 to protect you from the desert heat. Similar to 3 tick 4 iron, you will need something that starts a 3 tick cycle, like herb tar, tick logs, or Kebbit claws. 3 tick 4 granite can be tough at first, but once you get in the rhythm, you can consistently get over 100k XP per hour starting at level 65. So you start by doing a 3 tick action, then you click to mine a granite rock. As soon as you receive the XP drop, you start another 3 tick action and click on the next rock, going in clockwise order. It's important to keep moving every 3 ticks, even when you don't get an XP drop. And once again, you can use left click dropping on granite so you can drop in between mining. One of the fastest methods in the game without tick manipulation is partaking in the volcanic mine. This is on Fossil Island and requires 50 mining and the Bone Voyage quest completed. 40 prayer is also recommended for protect from ranged. While you can start this activity at level 50, it's recommended to start doing the group method after level 70 mining. At 70, you can expect up to 70k XP per hour, scaling up to wait until level 45 to unlock Mithril at least. For the best experience, start at level 60, where you can expect up to 45k XP per hour, going all the way up to 90k.
Wow.
If you've been online at all for the past couple days, it's basically impossible to avoid the topic we're going to cover today. And that's because on Friday, January 30th, the United States Department of Justice, the DOJ, released another batch of the files pertaining to Jeffrey Epstein, an additional 3 million pages at that. There are now over 6 million files in the public record detailing the horrific crimes Epstein has committed, including chilling videos, images, and first-hand accounts from victims that have come out. Much of this content is being scrutinized for being poorly redacted, despite the DOJ ensuring multiple layers of review and quality control. However, the identity of at least 40 survivors have been revealed throughout the documents, with some admitting the experience to be re-traumatizing and disturbing. Some of these photos include the naked bodies of victims, unredacted, leaving publications like the New York Times to personally notify the Department of Justice to push for further redactions. Am I going fucking insane here? Is this not crazy? We should tell the government to redact more of their stuff. Hey, by the way, there's just uncensored photos here, you fucking morons. Oh, that must have slipped through the quality control. There are also reportedly thousands of redaction failures, and in some cases, duplicates of the same file were released with completely different redactions, revealing more information than intended. There are also other strange, blatant errors, like a photo of Michael Jackson and Diana Ross with their children, redacted as if they're victims despite it being a seemingly innocuous, publicly available photo. It seems like they're trying to redact things, or they're just blindly, if there's any kind of children or anything, they're just throwing it over there without knowing what's bad or what's public or any of that kind of stuff. Regardless, tons of new information is now available, and it's morbidly fascinating to see just how much reach this person has. Not only are various well-known, powerful figures being named in these documents, Epstein also seems to have a hand in so much more than you could ever imagine, from video game microtransactions to political influence on 4chan. In the interest of bringing more awareness to the story, we'd like to talk about some of the highlights as well as the internet discussions taking place around this subject. So, just let you know, trigger fucking warning, all that stuff. It's insane. The absurdity of these files is unbelievable. unbelievable. I think more people should know about it. It seems like right now the discussion feels deafening with the amount of stuff that's happening and people know about it, but it is unbelievable still the amount of people that do not know, don't think it's real, or just don't care or whatever. So I would like to take time to talk about this, just to, I don't know, be a person being like, hey, by the way, this is going on. A lot of bad shit in this video. Just letting you know, this is the warning. One of the most reoccurring revelations we see throughout these endless editions of files is just how many high-profile people are involved. One of which being President Donald Trump, who is supposedly referenced well over 5,300 times, once more alleging all sorts of sexual misconduct and bolstering the idea that he was much closer to Epstein than he is willing to admit. And in response, he simply states that, quote, very important people told him that the information in the recent drop of the files absolves him, giving basically zero further details about whatever the fuck that means. People closely related to Trump were also named, like his Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. He publicly stated that in 2005, he and his wife stopped associating with Epstein after an uncomfortable early interaction they had visiting his mansion located just next door to them in New York. After noticing a massage table in the center of the house, Epstein was told that he gets massages every day. He then stepped uncomfortably close to him and claimed he gets, quote, the right kind of massage, which supposedly revolted them so much they never wanted to see him again.
Socially, for business, even philanthropy. That guy was there. I wasn't going because he's gross.
This is all very suspicious considering that emails released in the files prove that he was planning a trip to Epstein's Island in 2012, years later. Further documents even show that they planned to work together in 2018. The files make claims about even more world leaders. For example, FBI sources also claim that Jeffrey Epstein was the wealth manager of Vladimir Putin. The same goes for Zimbabwean President Robert Mugabe. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, formerly known as Prince Andrew, had his royal title stripped away due in part to his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. While he constantly denies this, the new files show further conversations with Epstein on top of images of him kneeling over an unidentified woman who could potentially be a 25-year-old Russian woman and not a child. Other high-powered wealthy people such as Steve Tisch, the co-owner of the New York Giants, were seen exchanging vulgar messages about women Epstein was planning on hooking up with, though he publicly states that he never took him up on his offer. I never did it. It's not like I ever actually did it though. Football. Hut, hut, hike. Why did we trade Saquon? God. There are even big names in the tech space that are involved. Not just Sergey Brin, one of Google's co-founders, but Bill Gates himself. Even years after Epstein pled guilty to soliciting prostitution from minors in 2011, Bill Gates was continuing to spend time with them, despite his now ex-wife Melinda Gates urging him not to. This is part of the reason they got divorced in 2021. The recent files reveal allegations from Epstein that Bill Gates was cheating on his then wife and trying to hide a sexually transmitted disease he obtained from, quote, Russian girls. Part of the emails, which Epstein strangely only sent to himself, includes a claim that Gates was trying to request antibiotics that he would, quote, surreptitiously give to Melinda. Bill completely denies these claims, calling them absolutely absurd, which Epstein desperately wanted Gates to join a business venture, so the narrative is that this is blackmail and the truth of the whole situation's unclear, but come on, dude. Well, that's the easiest thing too, is people can just say, it's blackmail. No! Come on!
He was blackmailing people though. He get you in trouble and then be like,
I mean, don't get me wrong, he had fodder to blackmail you, but it's another thing too of like, I didn't talk to that guy anymore. And it's like, you ain't hanging out with him after he got arrested for child sex trafficking in 2011? Like, kind of. He has jet skis. I really want to know the justification when people are like, well, yeah, I talked to him, but it's just because I love fishing. I love deep sea fishing. That's the only place I could do it. God! Elon Musk and Epstein were connected as well. There are messages dating as far back as 2012 showing that he aimed to take a trip to Epstein's Island. Once again, this is well after Epstein became a convicted sexual offender. Just putting that out there. 2011, 2012. It's a full year, a full calendar year. And one of these emails, Elon asks what day/night will be the wildest party on your island. In a separate follow-up email, it reads, quote, do you have any parties planned? I've been working to the edge of sanity this year, and so once my kids head home after Christmas, I really want to hit the party scene in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose. The invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for.
whoa.
I I don't care if he's like, he had amazing jet skis and whatever. With everything we know now, how else could you take it? I want to get wild.
That's like saying the same thing to Diddy. I want to get wild at the Diddy party.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Oh, if Diddy was like, I want to throw another whiteout party, whatever. You kind of look at that in a different fucking light now, too. I'm going to get, yeah, exactly. Diddy and me should get loose at your island party. And I don't mean a calming thing. I want to get fucking buck wild. Also, mind you, you're emailing this to a guy that got arrested for child sex trafficking a year before. That's like going up to the BTK killer and being like, can you teach me how to fucking tie some knots? Is it not? Oh, I mean, he knows how to tie knots. Yeah. Holy fuck. These messages are absurd considering Elon had long since attacked people for associating with Epstein, including Donald Trump himself, as recent as last year. Also, there was some other emails shared around, like the girls for the win or the epic vacation email meme is not real apparently. So, you know, just saying. There's a couple that there are files of the emails that are real and some that are not. The one being where fucking Epstein called Elon like, I don't know, like a fucking buzzkill or something like that. That one's fake, even though people were like, that is awesome. Which also, that's another thing too, is people being like, that is so funny that Epstein thought Elon was a buzzkill. And you're like, that's hysterical actually. God. One of the many FBI tips related in the files are from a woman who alleges that she was drugged and sexually abused on many occasions. She claims rapper Pusha T was one of her, quote, handlers, and that she once woke up in a room with both Jay-Z and Harvey Weinstein. Good fucking God.
Yeah, monsters around.
The files are also filled with various forms of media that are quite unnerving, not just images of young children, but locations from Epstein Island that have ignited all sorts of conspiracy theories online. And these photos range from bizarrely designed buildings like striped houses to what seems to be a dentist's office surrounded by poorly crafted face masks resembling real known figures. Just very like weird, culty, like it almost makes it seem like every conspiracy theorist that you hear about this shit was right.
That's actually the consensus on Twitter now.
Really?
Well, there's a lot of emails that I saw. I don't know if they're actually real, but they're doing things of like, I want a cheese pizza and like a.
Well, I was gonna say the Pizzagate thing. Everyone laughed about that. Whatever.
But, yeah, the thing is, from what I understand, it's like the one pizza place they were pointing to wasn't actually like that was innocent, supposedly.
I'm just saying, if you're in Jeffrey Epstein's email list, emailing a motherfucker about cheese pizza, you don't have to be a waterhead to realize that that motherfucker ain't talking about cheesy bread. All right? Am I wrong? I mean, like, it's just one of those things where it's like, why are we even giving this the benefit of the doubt? You know? Well, I mean, who knows? It's like, we got enough proof. Okay? Ain't no way. I'm not fucking messaging Jeffrey Dahmer about breadsticks and soda pop. Hey, Jeff, you want to go get breadsticks and soda pop? You're talking about a fucking Puerto Rican guy at a gay club. You know, am I wrong? Good God. Ugh. One of the most unexpected discoveries is that Epstein might be partially responsible for microtransactions in the biggest FPS of all time, Call of Duty. In an email from 2012, 4 months before microtransactions were added to Black Ops 2, former Activision CEO Bobby Kotick thanked Epstein for an offer and for the fun he had with him and his team of experts. Throughout a specific email conversation among Pablos Holman, Epstein, and Bobby Kotick, the trio discusses this topic and are all in agreement. Pablos is also quoted saying, quote, I'm all for indoctrinating kids into an economy. People took it to the next level by giving the claims validity simply because the abbreviation for the name of the in-game currency in Call of Duty is called fucking CP. How? How? These conversations occurred around the same time that Epstein was banned from Xbox Live. In December of 2013, Epstein's account was banned for, quote, harassment threats and or the abuse of other players, meaning he was on mic potentially arguing with teens or young adults and threatening them. Enough so that you get kicked from the fucking game, even though you know personally the fucking guy who made the game. And they were still like, yeah, we have got to kick him. He had that much time. How much time do billionaires have?
All the time in the world.
You have all the time in the world. You get to a spot where I'm guessing it's just the money is just coming and you don't have to do anything, to where you have enough time to literally be in a room alone with yourself on mic yelling at children in Call of Duty. This is not the only reason he was banned. Xbox would send a second message revealing that they also banned him for being a registered sex offender. Good on Xbox. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say that came second. Well, this adult is verbally abusing children. Oh, nope, he's a sexual offender. Okay, no more Call of Duty and Halo for you, buddy. The recent batch of files also revealed that Epstein was an avid enjoyer of Battle Royale games. In an email, Epstein was excited about the upcoming Battle Royale mode added to Black Ops 4 and wanted to buy stock in Activision, thinking it would be a big success. And in the same email, he also mentions Fortnite, which online investigators found was allegedly one of his favorite games. There are pages of documents mentioning Fortnite, and one in particular showed that Epstein had purchased $26 worth of V-Bucks. This led down to a rabbit hole that allegedly uncovers his old account by matching the
I think we all know how the story ends. I think we all know how the story ends. All of America's top federal authorities.
Yeah,
find
I'll watch this. I'll give it a shot.
Conspiracy. There was no client list, no blackmail, nothing left behind. The banker who spent his career building a mysterious fortune while he managed money for billionaire clients.
Hold on. What? I guess
that probably didn't exist, while also trafficking girls to and from a private island in the Caribbean at the same time as he hosted some of the world's foremost politicians, businessmen, intellectuals, and celebrities as house guests. He had acted completely alone. It was all an unfortunate coincidence, and nothing more. The story of Jeffrey Epstein faded into the past as the world kept turning.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Or at least that's what the story would have been if there weren't already mountains and mountains of evidence of Epstein being not just a psychopath, but also at the center of a crime ring that involved the world's most powerful people, procuring victims for them to abuse together. Even now, the federal government conflicting themselves and going back on the word in regards to his case, the controversy and mystery around Jeffrey Epstein has reached a fever pitch. Silence doesn't make it go away. It's only made the questions grow louder as people's trust in our leadership is...
I mean, guys, the TikTok clock, the music, the eeriness, the editing, yeah, it's traumatized. I mean, what? I mean, what the fuck, you guys, what?
Turning to dust. But in order to understand how Jeffrey Epstein was allowed to happen, what made him the monster he was, we have to go all the way back to the beginning, before the island, before the fortunes, before the world knew his name. And we have to take a much closer look at his life and the system that enabled him. Jeffrey Epstein first appears in any public capacity in July of 1980 when he's 27 years old. But the context is very strange.
Who is this guy?
There's an article I found from Cosmopolitan magazine where he was listed as Bachelor of the Month with a tiny blurb and a black and white photo next to it. It says, financial strategist Jeffrey Epstein talks only to people who make over $1 million a year. If you're a cute Texas girl, write this New York dynamo at 55 Water Street, 49th floor, New York, blah, blah, blah. Because for the first 20 years of his career, Epstein garnered only occasional and brief mentions in the press. He had no real public recognition at all in the way that most high-level bankers might. And that's because there wasn't really a sensible explanation as to how he got there in the first place. Jeffrey Edward Epstein, born in Brooklyn in 1953, was the son of two working-class Jewish parents who, by all accounts, were completely...
Yo, what's on his head? Like,
normal. His mother, Pauline, worked a full-time job as a teacher's assistant while raising the kids, and his father worked for the City of New York's Parks Department as a gardener. Former friends and neighbors would use words like simple, humble, and gentle when talking about Epstein's parents, his brothers, and even Jeffrey himself. One former neighbor would later write that he was a nerdy little boy. People said that he was smart, overweight, always smiling, but mostly quiet. In high school, Epstein liked algebra and calculus, and he was on the math team, but his teammates would later describe him as not sticking out all that much. But he was smart enough to graduate high school in 1969, 2 years early, and he would then attend Cooper Union College, a very small school in Manhattan known for offering completely free tuition. He studied math there, although after 2 years he transferred to NYU, but he ended up leaving there after 3 years without any college degree at all. But within 2 months, Epstein had picked up a full-time job anyway. He'd become a high school math teacher, not just at any school, but at one of the most prestigious in Manhattan, a school for the children of the elites. The students were the children of highly paid bankers, developers, politicians, people that could afford to pay a tuition equal to $50,000 a year today. By the time he started teaching at Dalton, Epstein was almost a completely different person. Basically, as a teacher, Jeffrey Epstein was a sleazy scumbag and a bit of a disaster. In the mid-1970s, students at one of New York's most esteemed prep schools were surprised to encounter a new teacher who pushed the limits of the school's strict dress code, wandering the halls in a fur coat, gold chains, and an open shirt that exposed his chest. But it wasn't just a willingness to dress provocatively, it was how he interacted with students that left an impression on many of them for decades after. He was apparently popular among female students, as many young teachers might be, but the problem was that he not only embraced the attention, but also seemed to have chased after it. The story goes that at one point, he even started showing up at students' parties, including ones where they would have been drinking underage. But before this private school teacher in his mid-20s could ever get involved in something that might implicate him in a serious way, Epstein was fired from the Dalton School for performance issues. He simply wasn't a good teacher. But at the same time though, he was able to move his career in a way that I could only describe as failing upwards. Because if you fast forward about 20 years, Epstein was no longer this sort of aimless college dropout who had a reputation for being a bit of a creep towards students at the school he worked at. It was almost as if Epstein would go on to become a completely, literally different person. When you look deeper at how exactly Epstein goes from this disgraced school teacher to flying a jetliner around the world while he rubs elbows with the rich and famous, the puzzle pieces don't really fit together. It would only be a few months after getting fired from the Dalton School in 1976 until Epstein found another job. Specifically, he got hired at the giant investment firm Bear Stearns as an assistant to a floor trader. And it's the second time he did that in just a couple of years. Because if he did do one thing right while working at Dalton, it was impress his students' rich and powerful parents.
Specifically, he was hired off the recommendation of a student's parent he had impressed who also happened to be friends with Alan Greenberg, CEO of the bajillion-dollar Bear Stearns investment bank. Greenberg was also known for coming from a working class background, and he liked to hire people with what he called PSD degrees: poor, smart, and desperate to be rich. Whether or not getting his foot in the door was his original goal while working at a private school, whatever it was, Epstein had launched himself up the ladder in a massive way. And it's kind of weird, but Epstein's time at this giant financial services firm, it wasn't all that different from his time as a teacher. Within just 4 years there, he gets promoted from junior assistant to limited partner, which is a pretty crazy trajectory for someone with no college degree. But then, just a year after that, he was actually asked to quit or be fired during an SEC investigation into insider trading at Bear Stearns. But for the rest of the 1980s, he would start or get involved in a strange series of businesses that, if we didn't know they existed, kind of sound made up. Probably the strangest out of everything he did during this time was Towers Financial Corporation, a collection agency that was in the business of buying consumer medical debt. While he was hired as a consultant and paid the equivalent of $69,000 a month today, the first job he was given was to start using the company as a raiding vessel for corporate takeovers. In the 80s, there was this popular practice of buying a large stake in a corporation, then firing top executives, and then downsizing even further to increase the share value before selling. Basically, you take over and ruin a company just to make money from it. And their first move was to attempt a takeover of a kind of old, declining airline, Pan American World Airways, in 1987. A year later, they also tried to take over Emory Air Freight. And while both attempts failed, that wasn't the problem. The problem is that they were using money they didn't actually have. Basically, while this company was claiming to be a debt collection agency, they had also raised $500 million from investors while promising big returns. They used the money on private jets, fancy houses, expensive cars, and their plan for
for paying it all back was to attempt those crazy corporate takeovers that were supposed to make enough profit to cover everything. But then when the takeovers failed, they had nowhere to turn, no money to repay the investors, and it all fell apart. And so in 1993, Towers Financial would implode after being exposed as one of the biggest Ponzi schemes in American history. But when it came time for his former business partner, Stephen Hoffenberg, to be deposed and tell his side of the story in court, he didn't just throw Epstein under the bus, he basically blamed the whole thing on him. But by the time the company collapsed and was being investigated, Epstein had already been gone for 3 years. He would never be charged with anything related to Towers Financial. Meanwhile, his business partner Hoffenberg, he would spend nearly 20 years in prison. I don't think we have an exact reason why Epstein was never charged for being on the inside of one of the biggest Ponzi schemes ever. One explanation is that Hoffenberg could have been lying. His testimony during his case was considered kind of generally unreliable. He would lie about a lot of stuff.
Always bailed out.
Another reason is that Epstein was never really on the record as being deeply involved in the fraud because apparently they didn't use his name for the trades or whatever it was. It's just hearsay. You know, we can't really prove that he's involved in the scam, so it's not worth pursuing if they did have Hoffenberg right in front of them and they could just punish him. However, another person would later write that it was only because of lazy prosecution that Epstein walked away and that he was definitely involved as far as anyone can tell. Especially because it's well recorded that during the peak of the Towers Financial scam, Epstein was physically accompanying Hoffenberg around the world on his jet. He was meeting with investors. He was with him a lot of the time. And that's because somehow, after walking away from a moderately high-paying consultant job and apparently having nothing to do with the hundreds of millions of dirty money they made, he somehow pops up again a couple years later, completely reinvented, like his old self never existed at all.
Hey, what's that?
Never existed at all. But the idea that Epstein's career is just kind of a story about failing upwards, like I mentioned earlier, that doesn't even really explain how he ends up where he did. Yeah, a teacher at a rich private school might get hired by one of his students' rich parents, okay? But 15 years later, walking away unscathed from one of the worst financial crimes in American history. I mean, seriously, most of us probably don't remember, but Towers Financial was absolutely horrible. Even back at that point in his life, a lot of his situations sound like a conspiracy. But of course, that's only one of these really odd stories that have been told about Epstein's careers over the years that imply all these different truths about how he ended up where he did. Multiple people over the years, journalists, friends, business partners, they all recalled Epstein suggesting or hinting that he worked for an intelligence agency, although he never specified which one. But in the mid to late 80s, during the same time he was working at Towers Financial, he also worked with Adnan Khashoggi, the Saudi businessman with ties to the CIA and Mossad, who is best known for being the middleman in transferring American weapons from Israel to Iran during the Iran-Contra affair. Add on to that the fact that Epstein was later found to have a fake Austrian passport with multiple stamps from the Middle East, it only further paints a very confusing picture about Epstein's career. There just isn't a normal, sensible conclusion to this part of Epstein's life. Even after connecting all the dots, it still doesn't make sense. He starts off by dropping out of college without getting his degree, only to get hired at a prestigious school.
But nobody's talking about anything though. Chat. How many people were exposed to this information? Or information? I mean, hundreds, no? Why is nobody saying anything?
That he then gets fired from for being a bad teacher, only to then get hired at a hugely prestigious investment firm that he also then gets fired from.
It's not called defending, it's called attacking. It's the opposite. At this point, I am attacking everybody that knows something that isn't saying even a single thing about anything. It's busted as shit. Yo, you would expect some people to be close to at least old age. I mean, some of these people are gonna die. Like they're old. And they'll leave the world with some form of letter of revealing some shit. How come nobody says anything at all? We're talking about thousands of people. Like, dude, this is insane. Like, somebody says something. Like,
end up getting implicated in one of the biggest Ponzi schemes in American history that he somehow never faces a single charge for being involved in. Along the way, he acquires fake passports, he does business with arms dealers in the Middle East, and at the end of all of it, he's filthy rich. At every single turn, you see him get not punished, but actually rewarded for stealing, cheating, and lying. But the craziest part of all of that is that that was just the beginning. In the late 80s, Epstein forms a new company, Epstein & Co., a wealth management firm where he establishes immediately that he's not going to take any clients with a net worth of under $1 billion.
It was around the time that Epstein launched Epstein & Co., his investment services company, that his life kind of just seems to completely change all over again for what feels like the 100th time in a row.
By the early 90s, He's moving like someone who's in charge of an empire. He's flying around the world in a giant jetliner. He's acquiring massive properties around the US, but at the same time, his name never shows up in Forbes. He has no public filings, no client list, no office, but to the people around him, it looks like he owns the world. By the late 90s, Epstein's doing what I could only describe as flying too close to the sun. He's friends with Donald Trump, the Prince of England, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. He even buys a literal island where he would build an extravagant compound for hosting parties. But after a series of conspicuous stunts, one of which
I'm guessing he made himself valuable to powerful people and gained a lot of their trust and a lot of their some form of admiration and got on their better end and then got mega ultra bonuses for this shit.
Was a trip to Africa.
He seems like
Kevin Spacey as
not
passengers.
just blackmail
It gets to
though.
a point where Epstein is too big.
I wouldn't judge downplay
Media,
only that
the general
blackmail.
public, people are wondering how Epstein made all this money, where he came from, what's the point of everything he does. How he got to this level of social status is yet another strange story in this never-ending list of strange stories.
Blackmail, guys.
And a big part of it would be
In a big scheme like this, blackmail will be the last straw, right? Once you pull blackmail on one person, on a few people, you're cooked. You lose the trust of everybody. You lose your entire cover that whatever you worked on loses. That'd be his last play. Before this, look at some of the footage. People enjoy being around him. You know, people are smiling and shit, fucking whatever. Like clearly, they were fond of this person. Like
it is very.
I'm saying he was on their good side.
I have a good segment as well. I heard you could hit like stupid ass DDSs on the max build. So I think I'm also going to DDS on the max bracket with max gear and just shitting on everybody with one spec at a time. And then maybe we could do from scratches with a bunch of streamers and shit for content. Sooner, this GP is all going to become worthless in like what? Maybe I have a good segment as well. I heard you could hit like stupid ass DDSs on the max build. So I think I'm also going to DDS on the max bracket with max gear and just shitting on everybody with one spec at a time. And then maybe we could do from scratches with a bunch of streamers and shit for content. Sooner, this GP is all going to become worthless in like what? Maybe a couple days, less than a week from now or something. So it's probably better to provide from scratches around that time. Stop it. I know what you're doing. You're using him as a box. You're a f***ing Zoward piece of shit. That's shameless. That's shameless. You piece of boxer. This is the guy that killed Rice for Maxa on a breach. Believe it or not, this noob right here, the guy that's trying to get a box and get grace so he could basically act like he's not getting a box, that's the guy that killed Rice for Mac. It's craziness, bro. Even the shittiest of noobs can get lucky. But I'm not surprised. Rice is a sack of shit. You know what else is not a sack of shit? This right here. Zeal. Go fight, bro. Zeal. Get him all. Zeal. Go fight, my brother, man. Rice, I got a segment that I'm planning to do today. I'm gonna try to hit the biggest DDS specs possible on random ass motherfuckers. We're gonna try to get some clips with the Abby Dagger and DDSer. Because, you know, it's not as hype anymore as you kill a Maxer now, right? The GP's eventually gonna become useless.
You should have went there, you see? If you went down, was dead.
I needed to be... I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready to go for it there.
Well, it's also weird, you know, usually this situation I'm ready, so couldn't have known. You thought I was frozen, didn't you?
No, I knew you were unfrozen soon. I just didn't know when.
I couldn't see my HP, but I think you could have had me down.
I killed you.
Oh, you got me. Good fight, bro. God damn it. Some guy stood under me.
Good fight, my brother. Good fight. You know.
Good fight, brother. It was fun.
Come on! Come on! All right, I'm gonna... You just want to buy it all back?
Yeah.
I'm reloaded.
Oh my god, look at back then. Like, chat, look at this. Look at this special attack bar. Look at all of this. Look at Poond. Remember this? Man, why can't we just go back to the old days where everybody was dog shit at this game? Oh my god, this is the golden age. Owned. Poond.
Gun off safe. God, you motherfucking drill. Yeah, come stay with me, come get your one-way ticket to Gunplay City and come play with me. In the land of the hornet, be a man when it's swarming shit. No arm and hammer, just hammers and arms and we bombing. No more bandanas, just stockings and leg warmers over the eyes to hide like thighs. Surprise! I'm in your place with pillars over your face. Let the feathers protect you from the metal to hide. Paramedics get
oh shit, he's slinging it. Even 17 years ago they were slinging it.
Paid to try, and the pallbearers get nothing to carry you. They should drop you. Pick up where I left off. Bodies on the step, y'all. Gotta walk around that. I did when.
Yeah, they were slinging it like crazy back then. It was normalized to sling it back then. And bro just poking him with the DDSer.
I crept off, hit by my.
Oh shit, Sia and Lumbee, and then he got called a noob. Look at this dumb fuck. Hi there. Yo, who's this? Look at this guy with the de-skimming the berserker.
In my town, we call it duck dog.
Oh my god, look at that. Owned. Oh my. Bro, this looks so scripted, right? But we know it's not because this is literally 17 years ago, guys. Like, that's so funny how shit used to be back then.
Chicken and 8 balls, no pool ball, no rules, dog. No shoes, dog. Put them shells and knock your shoes off. Like, ooh, that boy ain't got his game now. Clean up off of his motherfucking shoulder. Now look at how it's over. Now look at
this guy just MSB spec'd, hit a 5 and a 1 and said, damn it, look.
Ooh, that boy ain't got his game now. Clean up off of his motherfucking shoulder. So now it's over. Yeah. I'ma mob this bitch out. Black clothes, black guns, black bullet holes, raspberry floors, burgundy walls, red windows, dead.
Damn, why did he type TY? That's toxic.
Homies, dead kinfolk, straight in no.
Lobster's chat. Lobster.
Making no mistake, I let them know I'm from Eagle, right next to the step. Think I'm slow, think not. I bang out, ho. I got the clips that hang out too. No curfew, nigga, I'll murk you.
All right, Hostile, this is your account. Chat, we said we're PKing on a unique account build today. We're gonna check this out. This is Hostile's account. We're gonna see if it's meta or cheddar, right? We've done this before and we're gonna, test it out and see what this is capable of. 82 attack, chat, 99 HP, 99 strength, 45 defense, 99 range, 63 prayer, 99 mage. Combat level 102. See, now the thing about this account is if you go NH with it, what's gonna happen? Who's smart in the chat? Who's smart? Any smarts? You're gonna get most of the time because at orcs, high med levels and med levels in general could attack you at 102 combat, almost 3, 4, 5 wilderness. So they're all gonna have augury and rigor. The question is, how will the Fang compare with the new prayers if you NH them back, right? Are the new prayers comparable? And can I utilize the Fang enough in order for me to get that upper hand on my PKers? Is this guy gonna attack me? What is it? My first Fang hit is a 0. My second Fang hit is a 16. My third Fang hit is a 43. Ooh. The only reason why I didn't TB him off the fight, I mean off the bat, is because there's no point on a half. I don't think this guy tanks a full 5-minute TB. I could be wrong, but I guess it is possible. Let's keep trying to smite that Void Waker. What? If we have any level 100s, 80s, I need you guys to come to World 353 multi right now. If you guys could attack a level 108, he's gonna try to go in multi and escape. We need heads. I don't even know. You guys are confusing me! I suck a fat D! Why are you following him? I thought that was him! I saw 7 white dots on my screen! I didn't know where he ran! No, I said wait and like be ready at multi, not follow him! Like, no. And you know what's crazy? These claws f***ing reek hostile. I want you to know that. They f***ing shit. I'm not using claws anymore. I'm bringing Void Waker. I swear to God I am. I just misclicked my seed pod. I see. I hit him 20 times off prayer, right? And he hit me 9 times off prayer, and he's up about 150 damage. This is what I'm talking about, Hostile. The difference, because you know how you tell me to bring Hallie? Hallie's more of like a KO, I feel like. If I'm gonna outlast, I would bring Fang, I feel like, and like Karasi. So now that I'm trying to KO, I'm gonna get outlasted every time, even no matter how well I do against these guys. Thing is, what also sucks is that these guys are all 70, 75 defense, right? 80 defense, some of them, which means that my Gmaul is going to rarely connect on them as well. I got him. Fucking beautiful, bro. Ah, yes. Did you see how I took a second and I paused there? Did you notice that, Hostile? If you knew the thought process of what was happening in that moment, you'd be like, oh, to block my butt. You would want to do this to me. I'm not lying. You would want to go like this. You would want to do that. I'm not even capping. I promise you would want to do that. Because the thought process behind it was actually like S tier. So what I was doing was, I was doing Protect Mage on purpose, and I kind of just sat there hoping that he would shoot a big dart, because it connects so easily because I'm 45 defense. So I'm using that counts disadvantages to my positives. So as soon as, I kind of see the set proc, or maybe him run in, then he's probably going to go for the spec, and he's low HP. So I was already potted up. So as soon as I saw a big arrow, I was going to double E and then Karasi anti him while he clogged me. It's different. It's f***ing different. 27 Miller. Why are you kind of jacked, though? Wait, Lemon, did you notice my gym gains? You know what I mean, Lemon?
It's actually crazy how much better people have gotten in 15, 20 years at PKing. These guys are so f***ing fast. I was watching Oda, nobody was doing that. He clicks so fast.
Ghislaine Maxwell will testify before Congress on February 9. What is today? So let's see what she said.
Ms. Maxwell, were you a close friend and confidant of Jeffrey Epstein?
I would like to answer your question, but on the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer this question.
She sounds like a bitch too, doesn't she?
I therefore invoke my right to silence under the Fifth Amendment.
I think it's time to open up Guantanamo Bay again.
Ms. Maxwell, did you at any time play any role in Jeffrey Epstein's activities involving the recruitment, grooming, or trafficking of young women or girls?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right.
I can
Ms.
see why they're
Maxwell.
mad. She roaches out like a
I
bitch.
invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Ms. Maxwell, is it your intention to answer every question with the assertion of your Fifth Amendment right?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
She's spamming. She said she is down to go and say something, but she wants Donald to give her a total fucking pardon. On my advice, Ghislaine Maxwell will respectfully invoke her Fifth Amendment, though she would very much like to answer your questions. Her conviction rests on a fundamentally unfair trial, and the government promised immunity and then broke that promise. Newly disclosed documents now demonstrate these facts conclusively. If the committee and the American public truly want to hear the unfiltered truth about what happened, there is a straightforward path. Ms. Maxwell is prepared to speak fully and honestly if granted clemency by President Trump. Only she can provide the complete account. Some may not like what they hear, but the truth matters. For example, both President Trump and President Clinton are innocent of any wrongdoing. Ms. Maxwell alone can explain why, and the public is entitled to that explanation. Thank you. I mean, this is just really what I would do. I would just take this person, I would say, listen, you either give us 5 names that lead to convictions or we kill you. This is not the time for people to be considering and thinking about, oh, but that's mean to do. They were talking about a young girl praying for Jesus. This was from Jeffrey Epstein himself. Blank said that she felt God's presence next to her when she was in bed. She knows that Jesus.
This technology gives us access to the animal world. This is like Avatar. This is nothing like Avatar.
From Disney and Pixar.
Hey, how you doing, girl? What's up? What's up? I understand you.
On August 6th of last year, after spending nearly 10 years, almost half of my life at Linus Media Group, the company behind channels like Linus Tech Tips, Short Circuit, Tech Quickie, and more, I decided it was time for a change. I packed my things, said my goodbyes, and left the office and company I poured so much of myself, the entirety of my adult life, and many of my high school years into for the last time. Honestly, I had pretty much settled on not making this video. It's just been kind of a long time since I left, and it's taken me a really long time to feel like I'm emotionally and mentally prepared to talk about this. And to be frank, I still don't think I 100% am, but as my therapist likes to say, it's important to talk about your feelings, so why don't we do it? Working at LTT was my first real job. Bye, Arlo. One that I literally found on Craigslist and started when I was in high school, which meant taking the bus for nearly 2 hours either way after school or on the weekend. But I didn't care. As a fan of the channel and so many other STEM channels, it was a dream job. And to say that it's been a massive part of my life, one that shaped a not insubstantial part of who I am, would be an understatement. In the early years, it was amazing. Sure, there were challenges, but when every day is a new adventure, it's easy to excuse a bit of hardship given the thrill I got from it. I was originally hired as a general laborer, back when the channel had just over 2 million subscribers. Hilariously, it's a job title that didn't get updated on my pay stubs, I think probably for a year after it changed. But it didn't really matter, since while I did end up working on a bunch of different things, a sort of general kind of guy, almost none of it was what I was actually hired for. You see, Yvonne wanted me to help organize the warehouse, and while I did eventually make it through the giant mail pile, it would grow every day by more than I could usually get through. What I really ended up doing with my 16 or so hours a week was helping Linus with projects, like tearing down the original 7 Gamers 1 CPU build, which I think I did in my first week, testing water blocks for water cooling through the ages, and even water cooling a PS4. Admittedly, not very well, but it did at least work.
Why is it broken, Karen?
And the curiosity didn't stop there. I'd be lying if I said going down memory lane for this video didn't have me feeling like some kind of way. You just kind of forget about all the cool stuff you've done after you've been at it for so long. There was 16K gaming, 6 editors, 1 CPU, more than 1 crazy desk PC, a whole season of Secret Shopper, and of course, we even had an LTT Minecraft server. Over the years, I wore a lot of hats. So much so that it's what's written on my 5-year service award thing. I was the Arlo? Are you just gonna have a nap in there? I was the logistics person before we had a logistics team, handled almost all of the IT infrastructure for the company, from around 20 people to, let's say, 80 or so, by myself for a lot of it. And eventually, a while after Alex, Emily, and James got hired on as the first writers for the channel, I graduated high school. And became a full-time writer too, which I neglected to mention and then just started showing up every day. Sorry. After a few years, I also ended up becoming the LTT writing team supervisor, helping the other writers with their projects, approving purchases, doing one-on-ones, running our weekly content meetings, all of that while also trying to make videos. And most of this is years before we even got to renovating Linus's house. It was a lot. And to be honest, there was actually a point a few years ago where I almost quit as well, just purely because of the stress of trying to do both. But I made the decision to try going back to just writing, and I'm really glad I did, because looking back on all those years, I got to play with and learn about tech I never would have otherwise. I got to design and build servers that power more than one creator's YouTube production. I got to set a Guinness World Record with computers. Hell, I even got to put a silly wing on Pluscar alongside folks I've watched for years. And that's just the projects. I also got to meet so many incredible people, both creators and coworkers, many of whom I'm still fortunate to call friends, and some who I even get to work with to this day. But most importantly, I had the opportunity and honor to share the things I learned and experienced with all of you. And hell, I even got to meet some of you at LTX, which was an absolute blast. It's something I don't take for granted, and at the time, I genuinely feared losing. So for everyone who's watching here on my own channel, thank you. And if you're new here, the most important thing I can probably bestow upon you in this video is that I have a ton of exciting stuff coming, whether it's building a data center in my house, kitting out my own studio hopefully, and who knows, maybe actually making car content at some point. If that sounds cool to you, why not get subscribed? And I would super appreciate it. To Linus and Yvonne, and I guess Luke, since apparently he's the one that told them they should hire me after I started pointing out like bad design decisions on the case I had to tear down in the technical interview, I wouldn't be where I am today had you not taken a chance on a silly 15-year-old. Thank you. Which is to say, leaving LMG was probably the hardest decision I've ever had to make. I think I said it best in a letter I sent to them a few days after handing in my resignation, which read, in part, sometimes you have to cut off the old, this is giving me chills already. Sometimes you have to cut off the old branches to make space for the new ones to grow. I just genuinely did not foresee the branch I'd be cutting off myself to be Linus Media Group. It's probably the biggest branch on my life tree at this point, and it took a lot of me, probably a larger piece than I'd like to admit, to start hacking away. But at some point, even after things are looking up, you have to start taking care of the rest of yourself and not just the parts you want people to see. When you've been at a job for that long, it's natural for things to change. I changed. I mean, I started when I was 15 and ended when I was 25, so that makes sense. The people change, sometimes people leave, and of course the company's gonna change, especially as that company grew from around 10 people when I started to over 100 when I left. Back in the day, it felt like we all fought in the trenches together, working as a team to share this thing we all held so dear to our little fragile nerd hearts with the rest of the world, and to inspire others that share that passion and to be proud of it. It was really cool, and it still is really cool. When I started working on videos, I got to have a hand in everything. The idea, conquering any engineering or technical challenges, building the things, testing the things, and ultimately writing, co-hosting, and working with the editors to deliver finished videos that so many of you watched. It's just that over time, it went from that to a constant, what can be delegated to someone else? Which in my case, where the videos I worked on were mostly based on things I wanted to learn about, it was really challenging to do. I didn't necessarily know how it was gonna go. It also meant that as soon as a shoot wrapped, the question turned to, well, who can finish this off? And that led to the projects feeling kind of incomplete, which, given how my ADHD brain works, meant that I got a feeling of maybe relief that something was finally over, instead of a feeling of accomplishment that I had achieved, learned, or finished something. It just made it hard to feel proud of the work I was doing, especially since that work was being showed to the public. Combine that with the loss of team members you hope you work with forever, things naturally getting more corporate as headcount increased, going through major controversies more than once, resulting in processes and policies created in the span of a week that no one spent the time to ask if actually made sense later on. And slowly, the thing you signed up for changes into something completely different. And in my case, it started to turn this thing I loved into something I kind of despised. And I wasn't the only team member who felt like this, which I hated. And I also kind of hated that I hated that. I don't know. It's really hard to see something that you put so much into become something you don't really want to be a part of. So in the weeks and months before what ended up being my departure, I gave a specific list of ultimatums, things I needed changed for this to still work for me, and things I knew that resonated with the rest of the team, so that if ultimately I didn't stick around, it would still benefit them. And while I don't know exactly for sure what ended up changed, I do know that at least some of what I asked for was listened to. And to be clear, I'm not the only person who pushed for change, so this is by no means me taking credit. I just hope that for the current and next generation of LMG staff, that things continue to look upwards. And to Linus and Yvonne, guys, everyone knows you made sacrifices to get where you are. And to be able to support a team of this size, and there's a lot of things you guys did right. Just don't forget that many of those same people made massive sacrifices and braved many storms on your behalf as well. Ultimately, it came to a head around feeling valued. And I'm far from the only person who felt that way. After 3+ years of my total comp remaining effectively the same, while affordability was getting worse and worse, especially in Vancouver, one of the least affordable areas to live in the world, you kind of start thinking while you're working on your boss's third house, if you're ever gonna be able to buy a house. And for the record, I don't own this one, I'm just renting. So I started to take an earnest look at my worth. Something I procrastinated for years and ignored, really. I explored the revenue that the videos I produced generated. I applied for and fielded a few job offers, think like infrastructure IT kind of work. It would have been pretty different than making YouTube videos, but it would have been something new. And ultimately, LMG made the choice to not accept nor counter the amount I asked for, which it's perfectly within the right to do. The job market is one that's cutthroat by its very nature. And so, with the knowledge and skills I'd learned along the way, the support of my recently fired friends and my partner, and after just about giving my parents a heart attack in search of something better for my family, I quit. Throughout the many late night chats it took me to come to terms with the idea of leaving this thing, it was really all I knew, I was reminded of the term LMG lifer. It's what we used to call the OG team members. Back then, I thought it was pretty cool to work at a place where so many of the people thought they'd hang around forever, or even just for longer than they cared to plan for. It's something that, as silly as it seems now in retrospect, knowing how much people's lives change and having the perspective of an adult instead of a child, it was something that became part of my identity. But now that I've walked away from the only job I've ever really known, where the majority of my friends work, a place I'd like to think I had a pretty decently sized part in building, I was no longer a lifer, and that was kind of hard to come to terms with, at least that day. Fortunately, I had something to look forward to.
We're gonna blow Luke's back out right now. Shoulder!
Because that same night, I flew to Las Vegas, not to a new job, but to my very first DEF CON, the world's biggest hacking convention. It was genuinely one of the coolest things I've ever been to, and not at all scary like everyone makes it out to be. I even talked them into showing me how they run the network out of this tiny little room with almost all donated or facility equipment. It was super cool, and great for taking your mind off of reality for a little bit.
My wrists are like dying. Oh, you did it! You did it!
And also, I am sorry I didn't actually end up making a video with the footage I took. I just really didn't know what my plans actually were.
You figured it out without figuring it out. Yeah.
Since I quit, I didn't have severance to fall on. I had to do something else to support myself and the family. Fortunately, as some of you probably know, I'm kinda into finely depreciated European cars. Ones that are unfortunately expensive to fix and sometimes prone to breaking. Like this sick V10 M5 wagon that a customer of mine imported from Japan. Working on cars like that has always been more of a hobby for me and less of a job. But despite saying that, for many years I hustled my ass in and out of the shop on evenings and weekends to support that hobby and save a bit of money for the rainy day like quitting your job, and of course, to feed my desire for knowledge. It's just that it wasn't really as fun for me to learn about new stuff like that without getting to share it with somebody. That, above all else, is what I really loved about my time at LMG. I got to share anything I learned with all of you. So even during my final 2 weeks, I was already spending what little safety net I had required on lights, a microphone, a tripod, and a bunch of iPhones I really couldn't afford, with the hope that I could again share my passion for tech with all of you. And since people are gonna ask, yeah, all of this is a big part of why I had such an emotional reaction. To clips from my channel being used in the How LMG Spends Money video that LTT released recently. I'll link to it in the description if you're interested, but it basically details the average comp across the entire team, talks about how they spend the revenue the company generates, shares some insight into Linus and Yvonne's take home as the sole shareholders of the company, and included a short segment at the end talking about past staff members' new ventures, and also included some footage of current staff members too. At the time, seeing myself and some of my friends talked about in a section about how proud they were of ex-LMGers, right after what felt like Linus justifying the issues so many of them and myself had been raising for years with, "'cause capitalism?" It just felt kind of backhanded, and it did make me really upset. Add in that people were misinterpreting it, and the fact that no one asked me for permission to use the clips, or if I even wanted to be included in the first place, or even linking to the channel or anyone else's channels until I brought it up. It just... Maybe that's not how it was intended, and I'm sorry if it wasn't. But when you're directly on the other side of something like this, it's real stuff. This affects your life and your friends who have already been through so much already. So, yeah. I got emotional. I'm still emotional, and I'm not gonna apologize.
Hello everybody, Spellzy back again with another video. Now I think if you were to ask literally anyone that played RuneScape what they thought the most overpowered form of combat was in the entire game, I think everyone would tell you it was ranged. And you know what? I think they're right. I think ranged is the #1 most overpowered thing in the entire game as far as combat comes and goes. So today what we're going to do is we're going to look into the most AFK method for you to train your range, and we're going to look at some of the more cheap options so that you, even if you can't play 18 hours a day, you can still manage to max out your range combat and get to experience all of the better parts of the PvP and PvM in this game. So let's hop right into it. Now before we get too far into it, I do want to remind you guys that this is going to be an AFK method. Our goal for this video is to find a range training method that requires the least amount of input possible. Recently, I just got 99 range by finding a way that I could stay logged in for 6 hours straight by only having to interact with my computer once every 15 or 20 minutes, and there were even times where I AFK'd for up to 30 minutes, 40 minutes without getting logged out. I want to share that with you guys today. I made a melee guide very similar to this a couple weeks ago, and it got awesome reception, so I think that this is definitely definitely do for a video. Now, if you guys have watched my videos in the past, you probably know that I used to play a lot of RuneScape, but as we've gotten a little bit further on in the growth of my channel, I've kind of taken a break and stepped back from it. Honestly, it's not that fun of a game for me anymore, mainly because of how grindy it can be, and I'm sure that you guys share a very similar mindset, or at least have in the past. The unfortunate thing about RuneScape is that sometimes you just get blocked to doing all the fun content because you have a several 100-hour grind. Some of those grinds could be something that you have to put all of your attention into, and a lot of times it's just not reasonable. Maybe you have a job that makes you work 14 hours. Maybe you have 2 kids, you know, maybe you're just busy with schoolwork, right? There are multiple different scenarios where a lot of people couldn't end up getting to the top of the combat ladder because it just takes so much time. And a lot of the fun parts of RuneScape are the raids, are the endgame PvP, or the endgame PVM. Now, I've played old school RuneScape since the beginning, since day one's release, and I did not max out my combat stats until literally this month. And you know how I did it? I did it while I was at work, I did it while I was working on my car, and I did it fully AFK'd. There is a method that you can go ahead to train your combat stats completely AFK, interacting with the game once every 20 minutes, and you can do it from your phone without having to keep the app open. We're not even going to use the RuneScape app. We're going to use something completely different, and I'm really excited to share this with you guys today. Now that that's out of the way, let's dive into the finer points. Now, I know a lot of us know exactly how to AFK in RuneScape, right? Like, you can set yourself up in Nightmare Zone, and you can go ahead and pop an overload potion and last for 5 minutes and get some pretty good experience, and in many cases, it's the best experience in the game, right? Or you could go ahead and you could just knock out a whole bunch of sand crabs, you know, maybe you have mithril knives or whatever, and usually people get pretty good experience off of that. It's relatively AFK, you only have to reset every 10 minutes, but that wasn't good enough for me. So guys, this is how you can get 99 range in about 2 weeks time from level 70 by only checking your phone every 20 minutes or so, AFKing the entire time, and I bet you can do this for less than 5 mil. So here's our goal, guys. Our goal is to be able to survive for 6 hours straight. We don't want to have to do any work. We just want to be able to live for 6 hours and AFK for 20 minutes at a time before we stop auto-attacking back. Now, if you guys aren't familiar with the way the AFK system works, if you are in combat for over 20 minutes, your character will stop attacking back. However, if you are in combat for over 5 minutes and you stop being in combat for any length of time, you will automatically log out. So we want to make sure we A, are never out of combat, and B, that we interact with the game once every 20 minutes, so that way we can get the most gains possible. Now, even if you don't interact with the game for 20 minutes, you can actually live for up to 40 minutes without getting logged out, as long as you don't die in the minigame. Granted, it's a safe minigame, so we don't really have to worry about that, but if for whatever reason your AFK session goes long, maybe you're talking to somebody, or, you know, you're working on something and forget, you know, there is a little bit of gimme time, so just look out for that, and, you know, if you end up going 30 minutes one time, you might lose a little bit of experience, but it's not the end of the world. Now, the range portion of this guide isn't necessarily as simple as the melee guide, but it's also not, like, impossibly different either. If you guys watched the last video, this is going to go through and just be pretty much the exact same stuff, except for one thing. Now, for range training, what we're going to be choosing from, and you can choose whatever you can afford, I personally used Elite Void Range. If you don't have that, you can always use Armadial, and if you don't have that, you can use either regular Void Range, or you can use D'Hide. Overall, that should give you decent enough defense, but in order for you to last every 6 hours, you are going to have to drop your hit points down every 20 minutes or so, or 15 minutes or whatever. Basically, just drop it back down whenever you check on your computer. Now, in order to drop down your hit points, all you need is either a rock cake or the locator orb. The locator orb is from Dragon Slayer 2. A lot of you might not have that, however, I did. And if you don't have to complete Dragon Slayer 2 to get it, but if you do get the locator orb, it hits you by 10. It does not kill you, and it's a one-click left click in order for you to go ahead and take damage. It's 100 times easier to use on mobile than the rock cake, but overall, it's not that bad. So now that we have the gear down, let's talk about weaponry. What you're going to want is you're going to want an upgraded magic shortbow. Now you can get this by just buying a regular magic shortbow and then buying the magic shortbow upgrade scroll from the Grand Exchange. It's not going to run you too much money at all, and that's what we're using. I recommend that you get the magic shortbow upgraded, and I recommend that you go ahead and you get rune arrows. Now, you'll go through about 500 rune arrows every hour or so. Now, granted, I have the upgraded Avas from Vorkath. You might go through just a little bit more if you don't, but make sure that you wear your Avas accumulator or the Vorkath Avas that I can't remember for the life of me what it's called, but use those and then kind of judge how many arrows you need to buy based off of your XP per hour, because let's say you're getting 70,000 XP per hour, and you're only using 500 arrows an hour, you can use that to figure out how many arrows you should buy. Now, for this video, guys, I had an imbued archer's ring. You'll see in the clip that I don't have the imbued archer's ring. I did use it, but I recorded this clip after 99 range because it was an afterthought. So make sure that you imbue your ring. Soup's got a great guide on how to farm points. You can get like 2 mil points an hour. It's pretty cool. But overall, make sure you're using either an Anguish necklace. I'm poor, so I just used a Fury. You could either go ahead and get on some Dragonhide boots or some snakeskin boots. I would recommend getting the Dragonhide boots. And if you're really balling, you can go ahead and get the Pegasus boots, which are the green upgraded boots that are incredibly expensive. And then either wear the Vorkath's Ava's, like I said, or your Ava's Accumulator. Pop on your Magic Shortbow U, and then either use Arma with Barrow's Gloves or D-Hide with Barrow's Gloves, or use Void Range. I like Elite Void Range because of the buff. However, a lot of people don't have the hard diaries done. I happen to have gotten all of the quests and all the diaries done in the past, so AFKing for me was relatively easy, but I do understand that some people might not have that luxury, in which I would recommend either getting regular Void Range or popping out the D-Hide. You're going to notice a little bit of a decrease in XP per hour, but at the same time, it's not really too bad, and you can always work towards getting the hard Western Province diary done, or, you know, if you can play for a weekend. Remember, our goal is just to see how much experience we can get with the least amount of effort possible, because this is a time period where we wouldn't have been playing the game regardless. We're just trying to make some gains. So moving on into our gains, let's talk about the quests and the monsters that you're going to want to activate for this. You're going to want the Trapped Soul, you're going to want Count Draenor, you're going to want the Sand Snake, you're going to want King Rold, and you're going to want the Kendall. Now, the Kendall is from the Mountain Daughter quest, King Rold is from What Lies Below, the Sand Snake is from one of the Zaya quests that are Depths of Despair, Count Draenor is from Vampire Slayer, and Trapped Soul is from the Ascent of Arceus. Do not get intimidated by these Zaya quests. They are very easy and very quick, and I would think that you could probably do them in about 20 minutes apiece. Doing them dramatically increases your ability to stay alive, and overall, you gotta do it. Now, normally what people would do is they would go ahead and they would start a Nightmare Zone and they would just do a customizable hard rumble and grab overloads and they would just hop right in. We're not going to do that. What we are going to do, though, with those bosses, we are going to go ahead and do a normal Nightmare Zone rumble. And we're going to take, instead of overloads, I want you to take 6 super ranging potions. Those super ranging potions can be bought with Nightmare Zone points from the chest, and you can take them from the barrel. Get 6 of them so you last 6 hours. And then go ahead and bring either 1 rock cake or your locator orb, something to damage you when inside of the minigame. And then fill the rest of your inventory up with absorption potions. You should have, I think, 21. When you have all of that and you're ready to go choose those bosses in the menu and hop right on in. Now that you're in, make sure you run straight to the middle. Go between those 2 little gray things. One looks like a piece of armor and one looks like whatever that musical instrument is that you shake it. What is wrong with me? Alright, but go ahead and stand in between those 2. Now what I want you to do is I want you to center your camera right now, so that way you and hop right on in. Now that you're in, make sure you run straight to the middle. Go between those 2 little gray things. One looks like a piece of armor and one looks like whatever that musical instrument is that you shake it. What is wrong with me? Alright, but go ahead and stand in between those 2. Now what I want you to do is I want you to center your camera right now, so that way it's facing north, and walk 1 tile north, and stand right here. That blood spot to the west of us is a spawn spot. You need to stand right here, because, like I was saying a little bit earlier, if you go out of combat at all, you're going to log out. You need to stay in combat as much as possible, because after 5 minutes, if you're out of combat, you're going to log out. And we don't want to have to just waste money on starting up these things. You know, it's not free to start up the Nightmare Zone. Some of you, it could be, you know, 22k to start it up. So make sure you're standing right here. This will give you the best possible chance to always stay in combat. Drop your hit points down to 1, and just remember to drop them down to 1 every time you return from AFK. My recommendation is to pot up every 15 minutes. If you go a little bit over, well, you know, okay, that happens. But try to pot up every 15 minutes, and that way 1 potion will last you a full hour. If you know for a fact that you won't be able to check every 15 minutes, then go ahead and maybe bring only 5 super ranging potions and then 22 absorbs. But I was usually doing 6, and I was lasting just a little over 5.5 hours every time. Sometimes I'd even make it to 6 hours. The thing is, though, is that Void or Dragonhide is a little squishy, but we're doing normal bosses, and they don't hit nearly as hard as the other bosses, which means our absorption potions are going to last a lot longer. Our health is down to 1 for a little bit, and overall we're just going to be able to have an easier time. So now that we're here, you're probably thinking, okay, what if I want to go ahead, I want to leave my computer, I don't want to have to stand right here, what can I go ahead and do? Now, like I said in the last video, guys, I was spending a lot of time working on my car, right? Me being in the garage, I wanted to, of course, make my car drivable, but I also wanted to get my RuneScape gains. What I was doing is I was checking my phone every 15 minutes, and I was remotely controlling my computer from my phone. Here's the cool thing. You guys might not have known this, but you cannot AFK out if your client is open and you are in combat. So if you leave your RuneScape game on and you are in combat, even if that 20 minutes passes and you're not even attacking the NPC anymore, unless you leave combat for whatever reason or your client closes, you're going to be in combat the entire time. What this allows us to do by remotely accessing with my personal favorite app is Google Chrome's Chrome Remote Desktop. What you can do is you can access your computer by just having the app downloaded on your computer and on your phone, and you'll be able to just pull it up real quick. You'll be able to go ahead and repot, reabsorb, drop your health back down, and close out of the app, and that's all you have to do. Then after that's done, guys, that's pretty much it. You know, you can go ahead and take a break. You can say, see you later. You come back 15 minutes from now, 20 minutes from now, whatever, and you're going to get probably in the ballpark of 70,000 XP an hour. You could get even more if you have better gear than I did, but overall, I mean, that's really it, guys. Now, links to everything will be in the description down below. I'm using RuneLiTE for this entire video, and I'm also using Chrome Remote Desktop almost exclusively for all of my
Back when I made my video about how to install Proxmox, I also promised you to showcase a way on how to connect to essentially any desktop or virtual machine with such a low latency that you can even play games. And today's that day. In today's video, we're going to take a look at the open source stream client RUNELiTE, which was originally built on NVIDIA's Game Stream protocol, so that we can access our PC from anywhere in the world. Oh, and by the way, you don't even need an NVIDIA GPU for that. Interested? I really hope so. But before we begin, let me quickly remind you that you don't forget to give this video a like if you find it helpful, and also subscribe to the channel for more videos just like this one. I really appreciate your support. So let's start off with, what even is RUNELiTE? Well, like I said earlier, it is a low latency streaming protocol that allows you to stream games, programs, or even the whole desktop of a host PC over your local network or the internet to a client device. In comparison to other remote desktop solutions like VNC and the most popular one, RDP, RUNELiTE works a bit differently. Most remote desktop solutions work by capturing the screen of the client machine and transmitting the given information to the host. The host then acknowledges that it has received the data, adjusts and triggers the events, and sends the data back to the client. This method gives you a very responsive feel when it comes to mouse movements, because your mouse cursor is actually rendered on the client side, and the opening of Windows delay is really not that noticeable. However, if you're working with more graphically intensive applications or want to play video games, then the amount of delay from sending the inputs to the host, process it there and send it back takes a significant amount of time, and that time is definitely noticeable. Low latency technologies like RUNELiTE, Parsec or other proprietary ones from cloud gaming services are designed to reduce the overhead of constantly sending commands and confirmations by only processing data on the host side. The host renders the game in a fixed resolution, processes the mouse movements or keyboard clicks, and doesn't send any confirmations back to the client except the video stream, which ideally is hardware encoded to further decrease latency. All that the client sends to the host is what your mouse is doing, which keyboard buttons have been pressed, but not where that happened on your screen. The only downside to this is that there is a slight delay when it comes to mouse movement on a desktop, since it's not client rendered anymore. However, when it comes to the actual latency of mouse cursor to image, then it's really not comparable. RUNELiTE clients, which get the video stream from the host, are available for basically any device that you can think of, even on consoles and homebrewed smart TVs. However, when it comes to the host side, the PC where applications or games run on, then it becomes a bit more difficult. As I mentioned earlier in the video, MoonLiTE is based on Nvidia's Game Stream protocol, which is integrated into the GeForce experience. But that being said, Nvidia plans to drop Game Stream, and with it, this method of hosting MoonLiTE might not work anymore. And since it's an Nvidia technology, even their own internet hosting tool needs an Nvidia GPU with the NVENC encoder to work. However, like Yoda said, there is a governor. Meet some
But you have the option. At this point, let's go ahead and connect our very first device. For me, that's going to be the Odin 2 portal. So let's go ahead and open Artemis, and if you didn't install it from before, go ahead and do so now and then open it. First thing you see is your PC name. Mine is Joey PC, of course. And this should all be familiar with you if you've set up Sunshine before, but you want to tap the PC and you're going to get a PIN number. And you likely just got a pop-up on your PC asking you to confirm it. Now you can click that pop-up if you're quick enough, or just head to Apollo again and you want to go to the PIN tab, and then you can enter that PIN to connect the device to Apollo. Make sure that you select the PIN pairing tab and you want to give the device a name, so Odin 2 Portal. It'll make things easier, trust me. Now if you check your Android device, you're going to see desktop, you're going to see Steam, and you should see virtual desktop.